Get the camera up. Hello, guys. Alright. My cue was dodged by none other than Seagull. I don't believe it. I was just looking at some Guardians here. See if there's something I want to try out. We're kind of reaching the last few days of Smite 1, for a lot of people at least. I imagine for most content creators, probably gonna swap over to Smite 2. So I want to see if there's something I want to try before it is too late. I'm not sure. I feel there's a lot of builds you can go with at the moment, and none of them are really, excuse me, necessarily bad. Just gotta figure out what I want to build. Okay. And there's so much stuff I want to ban too. I'll prioritize something that might be able to carry a game for people. Because I do want to ban the combo as well, but at least the combo pick. I mean, unless in some very, very strong hands, usually isn't the big difference maker. And it probably has to come out of solo too to really make the big difference. Like a good combo support is annoying for sure, but at least it's not as bad to deal with in terms of the damage output. I was unable to get Cerberus for a little while. He was banned a lot of my last stream, so I want to start with it. Oh, it's a Raijin solo, I guess. Should be easy enough to deal with. Could be Nuwa as well, I guess, but we'll see. Dude, no! Why? The dodges! Dude, getting dodged when everyone has already picked is rough. Oof. Come on. Do I really have to pull up the Q game? I don't even have a Q game. I'm tired of Super Meat Boy. Alright, do I have to play Doom Eternal as my Q game? Is that it? Which I'm currently playing. Just on my own time. Might be a bit too big. Hey, Volgar, what's up, man? Who played Northgard? I don't know what that is. Is it on Steam? Northgard. I have not. Oh, it's like a what is that called? Like a it's like a strategy game. I'm pulling up on Steam, by the way. You guys can't see it. I'm just looking at it. It's like an RTS type thing. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does look bad. I'm not sure how good it would be as a stream game, though. Or like a stream game, a Q game. Yeah, it feels like the type of game you would spend a lot of time in. For sure. I would probably enjoy it. I think so. I do like my Q games being something a bit smaller in scope, though. Like, a game like Super Meat Boy fits very well because it's a map-by-map based thing, so you just kind of go in and out real fast. Whereas this would definitely be like a somewhat addicting, building strategy game that you just want to keep playing type of thing. Backpack battles. I have not tried that either. Oh, it's kind of like what is that called? Damn, I forgot what that's called. Adventure something? Adventure Quest. Is it like that? The old web game Adventure Quest. Damn, I missed that game. That was great. Probably still exists too. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, it's not like that? Okay. Sort of like an auto battle through inventory management? I see. What are we looking at? Could ban lands. I'll just spend the combo. Hey, VSP, what's up, man? Yeah, all good. At least for now. I haven't really begun playing yet, so we'll see. Fast paced, but the meta changes quite often. Okay. Is it online though? Why people banning Kumba? Because Kumba got buffed. He's quite strong. I don't know if he's like truly ban worthy in like a competitive setting, but Kumba in ranked is just a menace. Now that he was he was buffed. He's a pretty good solo laner. My case of banning him is more on the if I meet a good Kumba, and not so much just Kumba. He's very powerful, but he doesn't win you games unless he's also in the hands of a good player. but he's very just giga annoying. But they buffed? Yes. He's messless damage if you break out of it. As well as... What else did they actually change? Cooldowns on his 1, I believe. It's a bit shorter. So your main damaging ability is also shorter in cooldown. As well as giving you HP 5, I believe, when your passive is down. Like 20 HP 5 when your damage is down, when your passive is down. So it also gives him a great amount of sustain if your passive is down. So, yeah. He's there. He functions pretty well. Yeah, I have no reason to change what I was going for. I'm still just doing Cerberus. It is indeed a Master's Afro. Yep. I'm glad it's on my team. Mercs 3 is a grab, right? It's gotta be. Or stun, like, that's the thing. Smite sometimes is hard to tell. Because mechanics may look a certain way, but they function completely different. Like how Sobek's plug works. It's a stun into a knockback, right? Where you would just think it's a grab, essentially, right? It's not. It works as a stun into a knockback. So I don't know if Mercury's 3 counts as a stun into something else, maybe? I think it's a root. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like the 3 would grab the horse. I feel like it does as well. We'll just have to see, I guess. It's probably going to happen eventually in this match. Honestly, hopefully it happens. Just so we know. Dude, what the fuck? Why do I feel like they're more stacked than us? Damn, I haven't seen Julio in a while, man. It's been a long time. Where has Julio been? I assume he's still been, like, involved in competitive, right? He must have. Dude, there's so many competitive solos around still. Like Ducky, Nika, and Julio. A lot of good solos in EU at the moment. This also leaves the question, what the hell do I want to start with? Actually, I'll do this. Let's do that. Probably... Man, I'll do Thorns. I kind of want to run TP in this game though, to be honest. Might be rough. The start of this game in my lane will depend on how the laning is gonna go. Because I don't want to give the lane to Amaterasu. Because she will get it no matter what going into mid and late game. But I want to get Curseweaver first, I think. Breastplate, I was thinking it, but I don't think I want to do Breastplate this game. I think I want to do Pred one instead. So I don't want the cooldown from Breastplate. I would rather just have Pred one. I think I'll do Curseweaver into some kind of physical, probably mystical, to be honest. Probably mystical into Pred one. Something like that. Unless this lane goes to absolute shit, and I need protection that is stronger than mystical. Like, if I keep the pressure, I will keep trying to get something that will give me pressure. So going into a mystical meta would be my next, if that's how it ends up. Otherwise, I might go for an early breastplate. I would really like to avoid that, though. I don't like that the whale is back, too. I didn't need the whale back in my games. To be honest. The whale is annoying to deal with. No matter where he is. See if we can snag one here. Yeah, I'm a Thorns abuser, I can't help it. Kind of premature Thorns though. No, dude, my 1. It was up so soon on my 2. I should have just kept hitting him. I actually would have won the trade. That's so bad. Damn it, dude. I would have won it. Should have just kept biting. But at least he TP'd. And he's more than likely gonna have to back once again, so... It could be worse, but that was a bit sloppy. Yeah, the whale is very powerful. Whale's on the rise. Yeah, just got back. She took 1, unfortunately, but... This is where hopefully I can deny some of the wave. See if we can get back on the same XP-ish range.
Enemy missing right! I have the nose of a bloodhound.
My apologies. On my way.
Completed!
Next time, I'm sure.
That sucks. Did not expect into the tower.
Enemy ultimate down!
An enemy has been slain.
It's a good pickup.
Your right tower is under attack. Blasted! My apologies.
Yeah, not so much. I'm really sure actually. This is the kind of a rough start now, though. Yeah, he's also gonna go Rustbound. It's not gonna be a matchup I'm gonna be able to box. I'll have to poke and go back out. I tried. Couldn't reach. Dude, the whale is here. Why? Why is the support here? I don't fucking believe it. Leave me alone. There's already been enough people in this lane. Classic. Yeah, this might be looking like an early breastplate. I need the cooldown as well as the defense. I might just do that instead. At the same time, when he dives me like that, Mystical Mail would help me get the kill at least. That would be nice. Might also do that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What does this item do? It, a hero exosummon and student. Good to see you guys. This item, if I hit someone with an ability, it curses them. When they use an ability, they take damage. That's about it. It's very nice on some of the aggressive guardians right now. Like Cthulhu, Cerberus. Those boys.
Good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Probably good on Kuzenbo as well, I just haven't really seen it. Damn, this got a 2-level lead now. Unfortunate, man. He's back. You see that? After I hit him, he used his stance switch and took some damage. I believe it scales of health as well. So, it's quite neat on a lot of the guardians right now. And it was just buffed too. Why don't we get Chalice? I could. It's a good call. Also getting another ward. Because goddamn Bull Demon is gonna make sure that buying wards in this game for me is gonna be completely useless.
Joker on the meatball. You think you're gonna just pass away like that? An enemy has been slain. I need the jungle buff. Thanks.
Oh, it's absolutely not what I want to press. Not that I need it for anything else at the moment anyway, but... I was such a BDS. Damn it.
Me missing right.
It's not my first... I mean, it's a classic certified Game Hunter first game of the day. Everything is sloppy, nothing's going according to plan. Truly. Truly classic. Are you going to a pro again? I mean... It's not exactly my choice, I guess, but... If you're asking about interest, there is a slight interest. Just... Yeah. It takes a lot of practice. Playing the game a lot more than I currently am. You know, it's... I'm not sure. It takes so much out of you being competitive.
Out of mana.
What? No, that didn't... What? This is not my game. How did that even miss? I didn't think I pressed that out of timing. Whatever, man. Didn't want to hit it anyway. Disgusting frostbound. Blech. Can't really deal with that.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Your left tower is under attack.
I do kind of need to back at this point.
Enemy ultimate down.
That's fine. My plan worked. I'm getting my blue buff here.
An ally has been slain. Mamma mia, not again! Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, I'm 1 creep up of 12. I don't want it back.
Enemy ultimate down!
I need the jungle buff.
How do we find the Curseweaver? It's only on Magicals you can buy it. You just search for it.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Bullet champion.
You have slain an enemy. Frog!
Alright, sweet. It's so hard hitting both with the breath there. I was going to back, but since we got 2 kills here, I'm gonna see if I can get these damn things. Otherwise, I'm never getting them. He's probably just gonna TP back.
Bad. That's not what best friends do.
Alright. I'm in a good spot now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Will this make me look like a
Wow!
handsome
You
buffer?
must have choken on the meatball.
This is very good for me. I have reached a very nice stage for Cerberus here. She is building somewhat aggressive, actually. Quite aggressive.
I have no
Ah, I forgot to swap Tiki. I'm still getting used to the Tikis, but I'm starting to remember that they exist.
Enemies behind us.
Enemy missing left. You think you can just pass away like that? Enemy missing left. You hit him with that secret sauce.
Dude, the stun into silence was actually fucked, dude. I was waiting for the stun so I could use my abilities, but he waited until the silence was a follow-up. Also, that did do a lot of damage to me. Parquet was also just hammering away at me. Do you think it's good? Yes, Curseweaver is very good. I think it is borderline broken with how much damage you can do with it sometimes. If you're curious, you can watch Nika's stream from today. There was a few games in there where Curseweaver definitely popped off, doing a pretty insane amount of damage that I feel like should never be possible. But he also built a lot of health, so he just fully went all in on the health aspect of it.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
has been slain.
Oh, inspiring. I have much to learn from you.
Savor these.
Very nice.
Get him, Chewie!
I'll keep farming. Bib's kind of falling behind here, it seems.
Stay here. Oh, inspiring. I have much to learn from you.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, the passive on top of this with Cerberus definitely helps so much. I don't think I'll go much damage. Like we need a frontline here. Especially into a comp like theirs. I don't want to go too squishy, and not into a new one Mercury. There's so much one-shot potential with that.
Mamma mia, not again!
That being said, I will obviously build items that is kind of brawly. Like I'll go arch turret, stuff like that. So it's not like I'm not building damage per se.
Compliment to share.
The enemy team has destroyed
So
the pirate.
sorry. Missing? Right! Oh, so sorry.
He just rotated.
Gonna just pass away
No
like
wave for
that?
him.
Your left. An enemy has been slain.
Like duck. I'm a good boy.
Two meatballs. Better than one. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's grab this. I still haven't swapped my Tiki, dude.
That was a salty anchovy.
Merc beats. Of course Nuwa showed up. I actually had him. Sucks, man. My one would have finished him off if Nuwa didn't stop by with her 1000 damage.
Your middle tower is
Time for magic protection, probably.
My blessing to you.
Man, I think I need to go Oni Hunters.
Be gone.
your structure is under
Late. Do not test me.
Attack! Attack!
On my way.
I even got my ult coming up. This could be very good for us.
Allow me to heal your wounds. My blessing to you.
your middle tower.
Be gone.
Attack the gold. Follow me.
Do not test me.
That sucks. Why is every dash a goddamn
Our
knock up
souls
immune?
Mana restores you.
I don't believe it, man. I don't feel like that's necessary. But no, Vamana cannot have that. Why would Vamana have it? Shit.
Your right tower is under attack.
My blessing to you.
Dude, I suck.
Mamma mia, not again. Okay, so maybe a little touch of your spaghetti.
I'm not landing enough of my ones here. Kinda sloppy. Alright, I can stick around. I won't go flat pen last, no. I don't think so.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We'll see. I'm not planning on it, but we'll see. I don't really think damage is gonna be a problem, so.
Your left tower is under attack.
And as mentioned, especially into a comp like Nuwa and Mercury, I don't want to get one shot. And if I go for any more damage, I might. I don't have that much protection at the moment. I'm gonna group with my team here.
I love everything you give me.
Sell Chalice for some wards. It's time to group.
Get the fire giant.
On my way.
Team has destroyed the pyramids.
On my way.
Time to ride.
Our souls are linked. My mana restores you.
Action juice. An enemy has been slain.
Time to ride.
Damn it! I tried to hit my stun. Oh, unfortunate. Shing would be proud, trust me. Alright, damn, good shit. Really good team play.
Do not test me.
Right. Last item is a bit of up in the air for me. Actually, it's not. I forgot. Never mind. I know exactly what it is. I just gotta bite people. I need a bit more gold to finish it, though. Hey, Falme, what's up, man? Hope you're having a nice day.
Our souls are linked.
Fury.
My blessing to you. Our souls are
Middle
linked.
enemy tower.
I'm a good watchdog. Enemy ultimate down. Hide guys.
Is under attack.
Enemies in right
Right
lane.
tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix.
Compliments
Attack
to the
mid
chef.
lane.
It's definitely too late. But if I can keep him here, that's also fine. I was just gonna make sure he doesn't back.
Enemy spotted. Behind us. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Attack.
Your Titan is under attack.
Do not test me.
I'm sad, that stun would have landed.
My blessing to you.
Attack fire giant.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
We need to push up now.
Handsome bumper.
Damn, split pushing, man. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I know I can jump. It's just I jumped in before, I believe. Maybe I didn't. I used it to bait out the either get Marty or just bait something out of him. Because I didn't want to, like, we can't initiate on Baki Kujira. He's just gonna ult in the middle of us. That's just gonna be a bad time. I definitely don't want to do that.
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
Your middle tower is under
Defend
attack.
left lane.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I'll defend!
Your left tower.
Are there any trees?
Your team
Them moaning.
Defend middle lane!
Your middle phoenix
Dude.
is under attack.
They're split pushing everything. They're doing a really, really old, very annoying, like, competitive strat where you just counter push when someone gets fire. It's hard to deal with in ranked, because I can't just tell my whole team to respond to it. Not to mention,
Ambush here.
without TP, it is kind of hard to respond to.
Gank.
Our souls
Don't get on the meat.
do not test me.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
I have much to learn from you.
We can return and then still do fire if we all group.
Mamma mia, not again.
Fuck a state though, unfortunately.
I'm a good one, John. I'm a good boy.
Yeah, you heal for a lot. Like, I'm not joking. I think Curseweaver is completely busted right now. It works way too good on some gods. Cerberus being one of them. We don't actually have vision on fire with that ward. They're probably on gold.
Time to ride, old friend.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Attack Fire Giant.
Our souls
Structure is under attack.
Retreat.
Enemy missing!
An enemy has been slain.
my blessing to
Alright,
you.
that's very good for us.
Fire Giant.
Begone.
Oh, I should have pushed him away. At least we did get fire.
Passed away like that.
Damn it, dude. He stunned me inside the fire giant, like, on the fire giant lion. That was unfortunate.
An enemy has been
Fire giant kind of fucked me up. Don't group.
My monarch
Okay,
restores
good.
me.
Dude, almost. Unfortunate. Dude, 2 of them 1 HP. Alright.
He must have choked on the meat.
Dude, that could have been an end right there if they had all 3 died.
2 meatballs is better than 1.
Are there
Your
any
left phoenix is under attack.
Alright.
Double kill. Mwah!
Wengu putting on the big boy shoes for this. Goddamn.
Triple kill.
I think we lost everyone with fire. But at least we did get something.
Face me.
I'll grab the extra health for my Curseweaver. Hey, Calgar Ultimate. Yeah, I'm still pretty old with the instant cast, normal cast thing. I'm not used to it yet. I'm slowly learning on some gods.
Enemy spotted! I have the nose of a bloodhound.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down!
No! Don't come back again! Impression me has been tenderized. Triple kill! Wow! Compliments to the chef.
The Cerberus quarter kill. Nice. Totally earned the last one there. One bite. Chomp. So yeah, in conclusion, Curseweaver does a lot of damage. If you have a lot of HP, it just does more damage. So you're literally just building health as well as just doing so much damage. Yeah, no Penta. I'm not sure which one I didn't get. I think it was the first one. I don't think I got Amaterasu. You gotta do instant. I will eventually. I think the transition from Smite 1 to Smite 2 will just fix that problem for me. Because I will 100% just use everything on instant cast in Smite 2. It's just because you gotta remember, guys. I played this game for like 3 years before instant cast even existed in the game. It was so hard I couldn't swap, because it would mean losing like my ability for a little while, and I need this transition period to get into instant cast. On new gods though, recently, shout out to Ducky for kind of putting this in my head. Clio is very fun for me in solo. I saw Ducky play it and I just thought it looked really fun to play. So with her, since she's not a god that I really knew how to play in the first place, so I just put everything on instant cast. The problem is the mental association with everything. Like when I play a Sopic and I don't have normal cast, it's just something's off for me. Because that's what I've been used to for so long. But when new gods come out, at least I can just instantly go into instant cast with those. Because then I just get used to that. It's separating what you already know. That's the problem. I'm really bad at that. It might be like an autistic trait. Just change in general. I'm bad at change. How much damage did I do? Not more than our Cernunnos. Hit it the most. Damn, look at this. Dream team right here. I feel like I'm never with you anymore, student. We're always against each other when I meet you. No, I think you're right though, Vulgar. I think when you put normal cast against instant cast has a gigantic advantage. If you're playing a god like Uller and you have to instantly swap constantly, like stand swapping and use new ability, throw a new one out, stand swap, throw a new one out, there's too many fucking button presses when you do normal cast. I think it is an advantage having an instant cast. 100%. I just have to rewire my brain to really make it work. I need to go into that transition period, and I just haven't really felt like doing that for most of my gods. I tried with Vamana and I instantly regretted it because it just felt wrong. I just couldn't do it. Oops. Accidentally kicked the dog laying under my table. I can't stretch when he's under the table. It's the worst. My legs need stretching, man. Yeah, Uller 3 is very tricky. I think the hardest abilities for me to get used to will be the ones where you have to aim the camera instead of just, you know, having an actual targeter. Maybe I will keep it that way. Maybe I will keep it that way. Maybe those types of abilities can just stay in normal cast. Maybe even quick cast. But I feel that's the weirdest one for me. I can't do quick cast. I have to hold the button. I don't want to fucking hold the button. I didn't think about what I wanted to play here at all. Shit, dude. Well, I'm doing Cerberus again, I guess. Abusing Curseweaver over here. I actually wanted to play Cthulhu, but I noticed he was banned. Then I thought about going for the whale, but I haven't played the whale. I don't want to do that now. I don't know how the fuck to play this god. I could have gone Chuck. Should have just gone Chuck. Actually, no. Now I'm happy I went Cerberus. Cerberus into Raw is great. Give me that. You Master or Grandmaster? Currently I am Master, but I'm on the edge of Grandmaster at the moment. I'm in like the mid 2800s at the moment, so like 3 more wins, I guess. I'm not sure what the lowest GM is at the moment, but I'm not far. I'm not far. Also, is this an Agubis? Agubis solo, probably? Because Gubis is pretty good into Cerberus. I can't ever ult him. He has 2 ways of immuning my ult. I would have to ult just for damage. No, Joe baited. Why? I was looking forward to this match. It looks fun. Damn. Joe baited, dodged. Sad. But yeah, I guess I can show how much damage I did now. It was like 33k or something. It wasn't really that high. Yeah. Like second most in our team. But Wengu picked it up. I think we won because of Wengu's like giga play in right when he got like what, two or 3 kills, something like that he absolutely I don't think he should have gotten. The Amaterasu was a really good kill, and then he picked up like 1 or 2 more. That was really big for us because it gave us a chance. Or rather, it destroyed their chance at a comeback. Because we had all just died for no reason, really. There were 5 men. We got the Phoenix. Him and Afro went and got the Phoenix. They played it really well. And then we came back, and they still had 2 people down. So that was very good for us. Obviously, the fight in general. Yeah, I'm a Mercanua. Yeah, I mean, super, like, very, very big kills. As you can see, I've been playing a lot of casual. And the reason why I've been playing a lot of casual is because I'm trying to learn Clio as a god. Because she's still kind of confusing to me. I believe this is also an Uller game where I went instant cast Uller, and I tried it. It wasn't, like, obviously this looks good on score, but it was actually kind of a bad game. I was just against someone who wasn't good, unfortunately. But it feels weird, man. Instant cast Uller is what I went with, because I feel like he's going to be the hardest one for me to learn with instant cast. So I just decided to start hard. Take the god that is most, I guess not most beneficial, but like he benefits a lot from being instant cast with how much shit you have to use. Because normal cast Uller is kind of a nightmare. But if you axe someone 2ing and 3ing in the like in different stands, like you have to double press all that shit too. It just sometimes doesn't go off in time. So I always go back to Ullr when I think about what it would mean if I learned instant cast well. It would just make some gods much, much, much better. Like, on some gods it also doesn't matter. I think Vamana is one of them. Doesn't fucking matter if you have normal cast or instant cast, to be honest. The only real, like, big benefactor, I guess, is that you can knock up a bit easier. Dude, I don't think we have a jungler in this team.
Pick your god.
Gem of ISO gamer. I haven't used Gem of ISO in a long time. It just hasn't really fit most builds recently, I think. It's not that I think it's bad, because I actually do like having it. I'm an enjoyer, I will say that. Problem is, it's just there's so many items that are just way better. Like Curseweaver at the moment. Also depends on the god. How can I put this too? I don't think any god is worse with instant cast, but I do think some gods on normal cast just... Instant cast generally wins, I think. Like, if you're used to instant cast, that's fine.
Select your god.
Just seeing if we end up having to jungle here. If he swaps me again, I'll just go jungle. If not, then yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, I think instant cast for the most part is... It's just better in every aspect, where normal cast for the most part just... There are some gods that just don't benefit well from... No, let me rephrase that, so I can actually gather my thoughts. Normal cast is fine, but instant cast wins on some gods like Ullr, like the ones where you generally have to swap shit real fast, like I would say Arthur, maybe Tyr, like the stand swaps where you constantly have to press a button to do something new. I think those are kind of the rough ones to pull off with normal cast when you want to do it really well. And even if you go even harder than that, there's all the auto canceling stuff, like maybe a Heimdall, like auto canceling stuff is also something that just you just benefit way more with instant cast in general if you're good at it. If he wants to jungle here, then oh no, he's rip. There's way too much confusion about who was doing what. That sucks. We just didn't have a jungler in our team. Suddenly I was jungle and yeah. It is what it is. That sucks. We go again. Heim3 is a must. Yeah. I just wish instant cast was a thing when the game came out, you know? Back in the beta. Why wasn't it a thing in the beta? Now I have to get used to it on some gods. The thing is, it's easy for me to do it on new gods. That's the best part about it. All the new gods I'll just learn, no problem. It's the ones that I've been playing for years and years that's gonna be hard for me, like Apollo, like Vamana, like Hebo, like the gods that I have just instinctively learned how to play. I don't necessarily think about what I'm doing sometimes on those gods. I just react. But I would have to relearn those things. Just reset the muscle memory. Man, I wish it was that easy too. The thing is, it would probably just take me a week. If I just chose a few gods and I just got used to those, it would be fine. I just haven't done that. Like right now in the casual games that I have been playing, I am completely fully used to playing Clio with instant cast. Every ability on her is instant cast for me now. But it was easier for me to do it to her because I never played the god. I mastered her and then I didn't play her anymore. But in casuals, I've been practicing her in solo as well as only using instant cast on her. And now it feels great. Not to mention on someone like her, it would be really annoying to have normal cast because you can cancel your dash. So I would have to press it 3 times rather than just twice. Oh, do you have your dash on normal cast? It's quicker than instant cast? It is. That's exactly what I'm saying too. A lot of my, I guess you could say the reason why it works for me or has been working for me is experience. Like knowing when gods do things, like thinking, okay, I'm probably gonna get ganked here. Oh yeah, there he is. I'm already ready to press the button. You know. Often the problems arise with normal cast when it's spontaneous, because you can't react as fast with normal cast, and there's a higher chance of fat fingering when you have to press something twice. And yeah, that also just kind of leads me back to what I'm saying. I will transition to instant cast. It will just take time. I'm taking it one god at a time. And while I'm playing ranked, as mentioned, I just don't want to focus on doing that. I want to focus on actually winning. Because otherwise, I'm just going to be a liability. And some gods, it doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter on some gods. What? No! Stop! It was dodged again! What's happening? Alright, maybe we just start practicing right now. I have what, 5 minutes for the queue? Alright, I'll go into practice mode for about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Which god is horrible and hard to play on instant cast? Because in my head, the only one that always comes up is Uller. I'm really, really bad at Uller with instant cast. But Uller also feels a little weird. I've never been a big fan of Uller for that reason. Like, I feel like he's just kind of slow to play, even though he is fast, if that makes sense. He just feels kind of sluggish to me. Always has. Oh, he was support? That sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. People can dodge if they want to. It's just when it happens too many times in a row, it becomes a little boring, you know? Okay, I still have instacast on. I think a lot of it with normal cast, I'm gonna say this so it makes sense. With normal cast, I would flick before I press the ability. So like I would hover the ability and then I would press, you know, while still hovering, if that makes any sense. Like I would essentially aim it like this, right, before even pressing the ability. Now I would have to do it while pressing the ability. And for that I have to rewire my brain to make that make any sense. But I think I could use that pretty fast. Like my problem, I think, will be the targeter here. Especially on smaller abilities like Uller's. So if I focused on just learning, I don't think it would take that long. As mentioned, it's just... It's mainly for the... It means I would have to stop playing ranked for a little while. Yeah, right there. My memory, I pressed my mouse to try and jump there. It's still in the muscle memory. So yeah. Yeah, like swapping and then flicking is all too hard. I think Uller is he's one of the highest skill ceiling gods in the game. It really is. The fuck, man? Why did you get out of the stun so fast, asshole? I think that right there is almost impossible to do in normal cast. Hitting both your 1 and 3 in arrow stance while they're stunned is so hard to do in normal cast. It's one of the reasons why I think Uller became one of my least favorite gods to play. Because it was just almost impossible for me to do. You need ninja fingers for that shit. And that is because you had to fucking press them twice. Sometimes one of them wouldn't go off in time. So you guys get my point. I'll get there. Eventually. Yeah, what's the lowest in Grandmaster here? Let's see. What do I need? Damn, okay. I'm actually still a pretty decent amount away. You need 3.1 now. Last I checked, it was 3.05. So yeah, 30-50. I'm also not, you know, my win rate isn't the best here. There is a 50-50 chance essentially of me winning. Unfortunately, a lot of the games have been like hacker games, though I guess most people have probably been through that stuff in EU. Curseweaver was supposed to have no CD, right? No, I think it should have a cooldown. Otherwise, it would just proc on everything. Um, Damn it, just write it. Yeah. Yeah, you may only apply a mark once every 12 seconds. That's it. $50-minute hostage session. Pretty much, man. Get me in a game, please. I want to play the game. Oh, I thought they removed it. I think the cooldown that was removed on an item was Abyssal something. Yeah, Abyssal Stone had its thing removed. Because now when you hit someone with an ability, they literally just have like 20% negative CDR for 5 seconds. Which is pretty crazy. Like, it's not I don't even think it's broken. I think it's a good item now, compared to before. It's just good. Like, it's really nice on supports. The thing is, I don't think it makes a gigantic difference, but it might. The thing is, you barely even know if it makes a difference. Only the person who's like, shit, dude, my cooldowns were down, know that it made a difference. Or if it made a difference. Like, on some gods, it will make a pretty big difference, I guess. Especially on, like, the big burst mages that are only, like, if you see someone not building a whole lot of CDR, and you're maybe, I don't know, let's say, like, a Thoth. Wait, you're against a Thoth, Thoth is not building any CDR. Might be pretty good then. Because then his shit's gonna be even further away from him being able to use it. It was the same passive, but it didn't have a cooldown.
Select your god.
Or it had a cooldown, I should say. The passive had a cooldown before, now it doesn't. Now it just procs on every ability, so you can just keep refreshing it. So if you keep hitting someone with it, it's gonna stay on them. Before it would go on cooldown. Right. What are we banning here? I'll just get Kumba. It's something you definitely can build on solos. I think it's fine on solo, but I think it's even better as support. Artemis in my team. Love to see it. Hades. Hades, huh?
Pick
Hades, huh? Hades is interesting. I haven't been to Hades in a long time. What would I pick into Hades? Cerberus is good, yeah. He's also probably going to be the one I'm picking. Still, I was kind of wanting to play something different, because I just played Cerberus. But Cerberus is the obvious pick here. Again, I wanted to play Cthulhu. Hence why I picked him before the dodge. Now he was picked right in front of my eyes. This is bullshit. Just give me Cthulhu. To be honest, I feel like I should have gone Sopic. I would have been so down for Sopic. Is Cabrakan good? He's alright. Like, he's not top, but he's a pick that works. Only problem Cabrakan generally has is that he's kind of easy to kill going in late game, but he also has a lot of kill potential. Like, he's easy. What's the best way to put it? Like, he's easy if you focus him, but if he's somehow able to get through and back to one of your backliners, he's gonna fuck them up, probably. He still has that like fat Loki vibe. He will still fuck you up if he's right in front of you, but if you're able to keep that distance between you, he will just kind of die. He doesn't really have a jump or a dash, you know. He has the slow immune and the movement speed, but once that's down, he kind of has nothing. So he's more like a high risk, high reward kind of god, I would say. If he works, he works. If he doesn't, he's kind of a snack. Oh, is this a Hades mid? Honestly, I hope so, because I don't want to deal with it. It's funny how Hades is one of those gods where I don't think he's hard to deal with. I just hate dealing with him. I don't want to be near him. He's annoying. They have a very... Dude, their comp is kind of insane, to be honest. They have a really scary comp if we hit late game. They have a really, really good all-in comp. Where you just throw out the Hades ults, the Cthulhu ults, the Herc boulders, the Nesha ults. Scary. I don't want to fall behind this comp. It will not be a good time. But yeah, speaking of actives as an instant cast as well, that's something I haven't even thought about doing. I legitimately think I might just keep them on normal cast. It's so weird to me, but I might have to. Because I know it's an advantage. I'm just... It's so stuck in my brain, man. It's so stuck in my brain. It's tough. I want to. I really do. It's just hard. Right. We're doing the same. I am debating whether Thorns is worth it here, though. I mean, it's definitely worth it, but I might need beats. This might be a beats game. But no. I can't help it. I've grown addicted to Thorns. I mean, I mentally want to, but I also have a mental blockade that's like, no, it's gonna take too long to learn. Don't do it. You're nerfing yourself.
Be careful in the jungle.
Deep in the Titan.
I feel like someone like Cerberus, I should just have an instant cast. Because it just would make him better. Being able to smack the ult faster, like jumping obviously is always better. It's just still weird. I think the aiming part, you know, when you have to use the arrow here, will be the hardest part for me. Because it's very sensitive compared to what I'm used to. Because I always go by the, you know, the marker on the ability itself, like when I have normal cast. I don't actually go for the arrow on the floor. So for me, it's also about learning something completely different in the, what am I looking for? Like, what am I aiming after? Damn, man. Took too much damage from that. It is Cthulhu, alright. Come here. Alright, well this pretty much means that the lane is gonna be a stalemate. We might be able to kill each other early, but we're not killing each other later. Damn, that was way too close for comfort. Damn, man. I blew it. I blew it. This is not a matchup I think I should be losing, but I almost screwed up. I should have just gone back after I got the totem. That could have been really bad. But it's fine. I survived. Well, our clear's kind of shit for this. Damn. Should have jumped earlier. Alright, he's just gonna TP back. So I'm grabbing what I can first. Yeah, I'm back in before blue spawns.
I will cherish this.
Yeah, from what I can tell, I'm not getting the help from our jungler here. He's away. It's on a business trip.
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Let me make it. Okay, I lost, what, 3 creeps? Not horrible. Could be worse.
I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy. Get him, Chewie!
Your right tower is under attack.
Oof, man. I'm still thinking about the thorns.
Okay.
Forced into defensive thorns.
Coming.
Feels bad.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower.
I'm a
Unbelievable.
I don't want to back. His TP should still be on cooldown.
Get him, Chewie!
I mean, Bib is good. Bib is a very good player. And actually, his Anubis is one of his best recently. That Anubis is popping the hell off. Every game I've seen it. Alright. Back in before I overstay my welcome.
I love everything you give me.
I might go Warlock second in this game, to be honest. Getting that percentage up might be nice. Huh. He went. Okay. Actually, yeah, I think I might just do that. Who's the jungler again? Neja? Yeah.
On my way.
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
An ally has been slain. Wow! It's the choker on the meatball.
Dude, no! Didn't bring him all the way! Damn you! Ult. Betrayed by my own ult, man. What the hell? Not that I could have killed him either way. Just for poke. Landing my one would have been easier if he was near me. No. Can't have that happen. That's bad. Yeah, that sucks. I should have just gotten out. I should have jumped. I should not have jumped. Sometimes I forget how low my cooldown is, or how high the cooldown is.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll do prophetic in this game, I think. Feels like a good prophetic game. They don't want to get back to the party? No, no, I don't think so. I can check Twitter, but... So yeah, for context, I was denied the... I applied for the Smite partner program, but I was denied. So, I tweeted it out to see if we can get it looked at. Or get it looked at. Because it feels like the email is one of the most automated emails I've ever seen. So I just want to make sure. Like, if I was denied for a good reason, sure, no problem. But there was no reasoning. I was just denied. I was simply just denied. No fun allowed.
I'm a good watchdog.
Damn it. I was baiting. Get him. Oh, we have no one here. That sucks. I actually thought we had more people coming. Alright, enough getting soloed. Enough. No more. It was well played. He was holding his 2. I was trying to bait it out. Without his 2, he couldn't have chased. He held it. He used his 3 first. Who does that? Actually, he autoed me first, like clawed me first, and then he 3'd.
Compliments to the chef. Nice job. Your left tower is under attack. Get him, Dewey!
The unfortunate downside of starting with Curseweaver is that if they go full protection, you have a hard time fighting. What? Okay. Oh, he went double magic protection? Oh, of course, dude, we have Anubis. Shit, I didn't even think about that. No wonder I'm getting shit on. Yeah, I shouldn't fight him at all then. He's way too tanky for me.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's just a just bad observation on my part. I should have just looked.
Help, middle lane. Ultimate is down.
Yeah, we can't kill him. Tankiest person on the planet right there. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Time to ward, I guess.
Your right tower has
We're doing Warlock Sash late? Probably not, no. I think I need some cooldown at this point.
Knocking on the meatball. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
A triceps flex? Dude, I'm not a strong person. I'm just chubby. Oof. I mean, it's not entirely true. I have worked out quite a bit, quite decently in my life, but it's not like I don't have big muscles or anything. It's more like an average workout, I suppose. Strongman? Strongman. Thank you. Yoink, successful. No, go away. I'm the only one who can yoink. I'm actually kind of surprised he gave up the yoink. No steal?
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. I can't believe he actually ended up getting out of that. How is he so tanky too? Dude! How much magic do we have? Dude, we are all magic outside of Artemis. Artemis is gonna have a great time this game. What a bad day to be magical. Can you rip a bong on stream? What the fuck? What are you guys even talking about?
Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely... Twitch does have some somewhat strict rules about some things, so... Yeah, he didn't even have to ult for this. This might be an F6, boys. Mid lost way too hard, and solo as well. Actually, it's just a comp diff. It feels like. They have so much magic defense, none of us is doing any damage outside of Artemis. What could we look at here? What we're looking at next? Spirit Rope could be very nice. Good F6 this one. I trust in Bip. Bip didn't want to surrender. I'll listen to Bip. No surrendering then. He is a notorious F7er, but still. I don't think it's unwinnable. I really don't. What we need with the comp that they have, like if they're so fond of going protection, you know what that means? That means Artemis is gonna have a much easier time dealing damage going into late game. Not to mention, if their jungler is building a full protection item just for us, it's gonna be much easier for us to just do damage late game. Like, they have what, 3 pestilences, dude? 2 pestilences? I'm going home. Screw that. Might be Nesha around. Yep. Hell no.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Dude. Okay, now I'm kind of willing. This Nezha is so fucking tanky.
For the forest has eyes.
That's too bad. Get him, Chewie! Oh, this is your specialty.
Dude, they're actually just running us down. We can't even do anything about it.
Compliments to the chef.
I need to buy more words. Just for fire. Unfortunate. Did some good damage though. Not actually too bad in terms of damage there. Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time. Dude, come on. Of course. Like, if a third person presses the F6 button, I'm down. I'm just gonna be a non-voter now. I'm a couch voter. Because I'll keep saying it. I don't think it's unwinnable, especially with how they're playing it too. Still not on fire. They just aren't doing fire. But they also probably know they don't have a good comp to do fire, I guess.
Your structure is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Dude, where are they all? Jesus Christ. Give me 20.
Completed. That is unfortunate.
I mean, this we got 1 kill, right? My first kill on the board. Hell yeah. Uh oh.
You threw the pizza fire in me.
No one hiding. Alright. I'm a doomer as well for this one, I think. But I'm also an optimist. I think we will lose this, but I hope we win. I hope we can pick this back up. I believe in us. Damn it, dude. I missed like an idiot. Honestly, we do have the damage. We just aren't grouped, I think. Dude, I can't hit my fucking stun. I blinked into the ring toss. I don't fucking believe it. I just made that whole situation worse. Yeah, some of them are still not even full build. Okay, I'm doing it. We wanted Divine, I'm going Divine. Actually, Anubis has Divine as well. Regret. Shit, what should I get instead? I don't even know. Actually, I do know. I should go Archdruid. I'm stupid. And yes, Neo, his curses is indeed something somewhat positive. He's a dog, man. He can't be mean, you know? I'm just getting out. No point risking it. I was gonna see if I could sneak it. Dude, Hades just waited because he could. But yeah, we don't have a good combo dealing with tankies. Dude, what? How did that hit? Dude, that's horseshit. How did that Sash hit? No, 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 no. I saw that. That was kind of a horseshit Sash. Oh well. Hey, Dutch, what's up, man? It should hit without Ninja Sash works. I don't know, man. They're almost kind of on the edge of being a little horseshit. Yeah, it's very wide. I can see it hitting. It's just it was a bit sus, you know. Unfortunate. I do think we did a decent job trying. I was kind of hoping that once Artemis hit her like good high late game, it was gonna be enough to carry us, but they were just fucking tanky, man. They had essentially 4 tanks. Not that Hades was tank, but he didn't need to be. Everyone else was so hard to kill. I could go on Marty, but Marty was just gonna ult. I get him to half HP and he ults, and then I have to retreat, and I just die on the way back. That pretty much happened every single time. Tough. We also, unfortunately, had, I guess, 2 main solos, but I think this game was a bit rough just based on our team comp. I guess I should have went for something different than Cerberus. Either that, or yours should have went for an ADC in mid. I think we were last picks. No, I was pretty high. No, I was high picked. So someone else should have adapted. I think you can go the other way around. I think you can have almost a full physical team with like 1 Guardian, but you can have a full Guardian team. Full magic team, I should say. The pen items just don't work the same. If you have a full attack speed ADC with Kins and Dominance, like you're gonna be just fine going into late game. That was pretty high. Phrasing. Yeah, confirmed. Bongs in the back. Yeah, I don't think I meme on bottom meshes before. Like, I don't necessarily think I meme on going to a different lane and getting a kill if you're really far behind. I think it's a good strategy, but it's also risky as hell because you're risking falling even further behind, as well as possibly maybe giving them a kill if you screwed up. So it's just it's a high risk, high reward thing, right? Woohoo! Viewer points. Yeah, I mean you can buy Kins on anything, I believe, right? I just don't think it's that high of a risk. It's more like, I mean, it depends on how they play it and who you're playing, right? Like, if I'm playing Cthulhu and I'm behind, going to a different lane isn't gonna do much, probably. Like, it depends. It also depends on whether you're, like, actually winning the lane on the opposite side of the map. Like, I don't want to go gank in ADC, or like my ADC, if my ADC is already super far ahead. I've no reason to do that. You know, so it also depends. Steal some enemy camps. You can definitely steal enemy camps here and there if you get the chance to. You just need vision for that, otherwise, once again, you kind of risk just dying for no reason. Just falling further behind and giving them more stuff. You don't need vision. Well, you need to know when the camp spawns at least. I'm pretty sure the bitch knows when they spawn. That's why he's doing it. He knows when to be there. Like he's prepared. Need some pre-knowledge. Also, what the fuck is this? Team, what the fuck? No wonder we didn't have any vision. I was the only one warding. And Rika a little bit, but... What the fuck, man? Disappointed. Oh, Raven ward to block in the counter? Okay. I still always have pretty high wards on the counter, though. Do you see your own Raven wards? Because I usually buy a lot of them. And I tend to have a lot of wards for the most part. That occurs at times. Okay. Fair enough. In most cases, you can probably generally tell if we have vision or not, though. In the game. We didn't really have any vision. So I do think it might be true in this case. Alright. No more Cerberus today. I'm already tired of Cerberus. 2 games of Cerberus and Guan time? No, not Guan. Guan is like a worse version of Cerberus, man, at the moment. He's just a physical worse version of Cerberus. Almost legitimately. Like, I don't actually... Oh, no. Well, this is something we don't want. I'm going to see. If I can get out of it, that's okay. I'll try. But my jungle is not good. Also, dude, I'm actually lowest here. Like I'm 2750. This is a pretty high load game. Though, well, I guess the last 3 are random, right? Dude, I don't want to jungle for mana. I don't enjoy a full damage for mana, dude. I don't like it. I don't know how to play it either. I just die. I have a better idea, though. I know exactly what to play. What I don't want to deal with, though, is probably a combo or some shit. If I have to fucking play jungle. Yeah, you don't have to go full jungle. You're right. You don't have to go full damage for jungling, but... I mean, I could pull out the Clio. I've been playing so much. But I don't think I'll do that. I want to be... I'm not jungle, guys. We're free. Dude, almost. Dude, I was looking at this list. I'm like, dude, I haven't played half of these gods in years. Legitimately, I probably would have picked something like bots, just because bots is something where I'll be useful as long as I get a good ult. Like, I'll be alright. The other one would have been something like Kamazots. Like, Kamazots is generally pretty useful, and I have a free escape ultimate in case things go bad. Stuff like that. Also, what the fuck is this? Chunga? Dude, they're healing? The fuck is this healing? Who has anti-healing in their kit? Medusa? She's banned. Is there another ADC with anti-healing? Yeah, Medusa is done. I need something that can... I guess I have to go for an auto-attack based hunter here, so I can get Ixie. Meaning either Apollo, Shybalonke. Actually, Shybalonke is not that bad here.
Pick your god.
The thing is, if the target is dead, they don't heal. So we can just kill them. Right? That works.
Fine choice.
Yeah, Chiron is also not bad. I want an auto-attack hunter here. Also, dude, what the fuck is their comp? You're actually right, like... I do definitely think something with a range would be nice here. With like long-range poke, but I think the Shybalonke ultimate can do that too. Especially if you're running crit. I wonder who's gonna go solo here. I am guessing it is going to be... Oh, it's definitely going to be Wengu, I guess. Actually, no, wait. No, yeah, yes. Because Wengu is normally ADC, I believe. Or is he solo? I don't even know. Yeah, Chiron does play well into these gods. It's just... I don't know, do you think he's actually that good against Onher? Because I don't really think he is. I think Onher kind of smacks Chiron. If you get too close, that is. Like, if you ever ult in front of Onher, like, you're kind of bound to trade, but I think Onher ult does more damage, especially in the early game. Late game, Chiron should win that, but... Death Chill is still the main ADC thing, right? Do people swap to Crimson Claws now, didn't they? Or is it Devil Gloves? Do we know? Or does anyone know?
I would say I am sorry, but not really. Oh, easy peasy for this warrior.
That's true, I could just ask him for help. It's too late now, though. It's fine. It's not that I think that my build is going to be bad. I just wonder what if there is a prime build at the moment. That's the thing, though. Even if this isn't the prime build, it will be after this game. Trust. It's definitely going to happen. They'll never see it coming. I think my build is pretty standard, to be honest. Dude, what the fuck? Stand still! Asshole. Goddamn. Chill, buff. Yo, fucking trading with Sylvanas. Get me out. Yeah, Rika's playing this well. She's just only poking me. Fucking Sylvanas. Wasting all of my fucking potions on this asshole. Fucking Sylvanas. Just wrecking my asshole right here. I'm not gonna get pulled. Sylvanas Honor is also very aggressive. Very, very good level 3. Very strong fight.
You can adjust the pasta like that? Your middle tower is under attack. Refresh it. Enemy missing middle. Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone. Attack! Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Ready to go. Right tower is under attack. No threat.
They have such a scary level 5. Especially Blanky falls a little short.
Enemy spotted.
Gotta be a little sneaky here.
We're getting checked out, huh?
Yeah, no, all the Remembrance run stuff isn't really. I guess speed running for Elden Ring hasn't really been the biggest deal for me, but well, I guess in general on Dark Souls as well, it's been decent to watch here and there, but it doesn't interest me that much, unfortunately.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Ready to go.
Enemy
fucking knew they were here, dude. I felt like it. I just fucking felt it. At least we got one. Well, that sucks. We kind of lost the more important one. But the worst part is not getting the XP.
Light it up.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
Is only a small stumble.
Astronomical. Attack. Enemy ultimate down. Enemies in.
That's nice for us.
Compliments the shed.
Ready to go.
Flop missed. If flop didn't happen, it's gonna be a bit more rough. I am just gonna go straight into Xe here.
Many things that go blink.
And I'll just get the anti-healing thing straight away. They have too much fucking healing for that.
Your middle tower
Check
is
it out.
under attack. On my way.
Just grab this before they invade again.
An enemy has been slain. Wow.
Enemy
He
missing
must be
right.
working on the meat. Your right tower is under attack.
Cancel that.
Got one assist at least for my ult. Interesting. I wouldn't have expected him to jump away.
Mama will not be happy.
Dude, Arnold does so much damage. I don't know why I never see it coming. Jesus, dude, he even missed like 3 shots too. How does it do 624 damage? That is actually insane. I don't get it. Well, note to self, don't ever initiate on her without having your dash up. Or wait till you have Aegis. Because otherwise it's gonna fucking hurt. Yeah, he's not playing ADC because we didn't have any jungler. Otherwise I was supposed to jungle. And we don't want to see that. The reason why we don't want to see it is because my jungle is that good. We want to make sure that no one sees it. It's a secret. This guy's good on the impales. He's not missing them. nice. That helps me so much.
Your right tower is under attack. I'll attack left lane. Mamma mia, not again! Enemy spotted. Retreat left lane.
Ready to go.
Your middle tower is under attack. I'll attack.
Enemy spotted. Let's light it up.
An enemy has been slain.
That was definitely worth the deal.
Your left tower is under attack.
Go. Big boss down. We're getting checked out, huh?
Goodbye.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay, so
Rip my buffs again.
maybe a little foul. He must have choked on the meatball. An enemy has been slain.
Light it up.
On my way.
I'll take the trade, man. Bad trade. But he's not getting away. Hell no. I could have Aegis, but I didn't realize it in time. Jungle paid the price for saving the ADC. Classic. Not the cleanest triple 1k game so far, but I also have a hard time with all my buffs getting taken on cooldown. Ah, this shit's always down.
Enemy missing. Be careful left. On my
Check it out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Completed!
Retreat! An ally has been slain.
Ready to go.
Mamma mia, not again! Extraordinary.
Is their whole team coming right now, though? I hope my team would call it if they are. Let's just go straight into Deathbringer, I guess. Get it over with. Dude, my fucking wave is zoning me. I'm just gonna back before Anha shows up and I'm half mana. I also need to swap the Tiki if I get the chance. Might not get the chance though.
Accessorize.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
An enemy has been slain.
Yes. Your team has
Eyes
destroyed
open.
a middle enemy tower.
I'll attack the goat!
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Drink and be merry!
You passed away like that?
I mean, actually, now that he mentions it, he might be. I actually don't want to throw it out that lightly, but he hits every impale, like no joke. Is he actually aimbotting? Is he doing that? I wouldn't be surprised at this point, because it's very impressive. If he is, he's just really good.
Decked out.
If he's not, I mean... But if he is... That's unfortunate. Because I've seen him in a lot of my games. If anyone knows, this guy's called Elden Beast. I don't recognize the name in general, but like he's been in a lot of my games.
Enemy missing right. Oh, now we're having fun.
Double kill.
Damn.
An enemy has been slain. Be right back.
Got a 1 kill out of it, I guess. It was bait. I don't have enough attack speed to really go and fire yet. I'll get there. Well, I'm probably not gonna get that much more attack speed. I'm gonna get Dom, I guess. That's about it. But yeah, back to the conversation before. I don't think Elden Beast is like an aimbotter, but like it might just be really good. I'm just wondering because it's just kind of like a no-name, I guess, that came out of nowhere. So it's more than likely an ult. I just don't know who it would be. All I know is he's good. I met him when I was playing my ult, like on the Rise.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's not wall hacking, that's for sure. I feel like we could have caught him out of position there, but Sylvanas had no mana too. Agni's another god with instant cast that benefits from it quite a bit. I need one creep, bro.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Dude! Right there is what I hate. I'm gonna get double blinked. You fucking Changa, man. Fucking Changa. Where's this mage nonsense over here? Right. Dude, I didn't even get 20 either. What a fucking nightmare. I need one creep.
Put their lights out.
Mamma mia, not again!
It's an Aegis. Didn't get my Aegis over time.
Compliments to the chef. Are extraordinary.
Get him! Yeah. Changa might be clapping me here. Oh, we're good.
Many things that go bling.
We got him. Now I'm in a good spot. Dude, he would have died so much faster if I had Deathbringer. Oh, Changa's left.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, why? Let's get the dot going. Kill it. Ra really went for it, man. I guess he didn't realize that we had just started. He went all in for it.
Place awards.
for teleport.
Don't even need to back. I'll grab Dom here first, I think, before I finish Deathbringer. For the attack speed, but as well just... I'm not doing enough damage to Sylvanas. If he's out of position, I want to be able to kill him fast. Dude, this is kinda deep.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt.
I pre-beats, dude. Blink. Bots. Changa. Jesus Christ, dude. The double blink is so annoying. You can only get away from one. Alright, it's fine. We got Cthulhu for the defense. The Blinkera.
Greetings to you.
Get them, dude. They're all so low. It's actually excruciating. Dude. Poor Bacchus. Unable to finish anyone. Yoinked.
Is only a small stumble.
My attack speed is actually tragic. What the hell? Alright, I'm backing for this shit now. We got fire, but we didn't get anything. None. How is it? Still bad. Dude, what the hell should I sell to get more attack speed? I need more attack speed. Maybe I don't. I guess the price you pay for having crit. Oh, the other starter? That makes sense, yeah. Oh well. This one's still nice, I suppose, for the most part.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Get him! Unfortunate. Didn't really have the health for this.
We're getting decked out.
You'd sell starter? You sell starter, really? You're probably right, to be honest. What would you swap it with?
An enemy has been slain.
I'll sell it for, I should say. Unbelievable. Dude, our chases are not good. We need to just back the fuck off when we don't get anything. Damn it, dude. My ult also is never up when we initiate. It's always a few seconds left on it. It sucks. Dude, Bacchus Sages. It's a good pickup, I suppose. Ah, good bait though. Took them a long time. Maybe a Demon Blade? How expensive is that? Can I just sell it now? Let's see. Demon Blade. No, I cannot. Okay, I'm gonna have what I have at the moment. Because I'm gonna get the power pot. Oof. We are getting picked.
Eyes open.
Cancel that!
Accessorize.
That guy plays kind of funny. He kind of plays like Bib to me. I don't know why. And Bib isn't in this game. Sus, huh? Right?
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your structure is under attack.
Let's light it up.
Spotted! Enemy spotted!
Attack!
Someone's behind us. Who? Who is it? It's him. He's behind us.
Be right back. not gone.
An enemy has been slain.
Ooh, shiny.
You think you can just pass away like that?
There's too many blinks in this game.
Meatballs is better than one.
I
Check it
would
out.
say I am sorry, but not really.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Dude. That fucking god is disgusting. I hate Changa, dude. I didn't even have chance to Aegis. Because it's hard to predict the instant ult. I didn't even know if she had ult. And if she didn't have ult, I'd rather take the chance of trying to box her. Which I would have won if it wasn't for the ult, and it got them stunned. Changa is so annoying as a carry. Oh yeah, actually, I can sell my stuff now. Yeah, I mean, Demon Blade would be good. Also for the extra attack speed. Is it a good item though? It's kind of shit, isn't it? What about Fatalis? Not Fatalis. I'll do Demon Blade for now. Let's just do that. It gives me about the same power. I lose 10 power, but higher crit chance, obviously. The other item? If you mean this one, I think stat-wise it's alright, but the passive doesn't fit. I can't stand still much. Like, it throws down an item I have to pick up. I don't think I'll be able to do that in these fights, man.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Ready to go. Enemy spotted.
Yes. Is it trap? Enemy spotted.
The amount of blinks they have is a problem for me. I don't do too well into all this.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. Wow. That was a rough food fight.
Dude! Do they all have blinks? No, the only one who does this on her. Everyone fucking else have it. Yeah, I want to stagger some power. I think the power isn't really my problem, to be honest. It's every time I'm attacking someone, Sylvanas is also with them, giving them this, whatever the thing is. Where's the buff? I guess he doesn't actually have that item. He's just so tanky when they're near him. Like, critting Ra for 300 is so bad. But without it, I'm critting Ra for 600. Oh, without Sylvanas. Like, every fight with Sylvanas has been bad. Once he's out of the picture, it's an easy fight. Taking on damage here. Smack him. Kill him dead.
Okay, so maybe a little.
My ult back up soon. I'm pre-beating, dude. Dude, the junk guys. She's always behind me. Get me, get me away from this jugger. Jesus Christ. Like once Dude, maybe even a hasten would have been good here, because they do have both Ra and Chang'e with low mobility. Like once I start hitting people, I can keep going. Even if Chang'e uses her fucking 2. I believe he still procs as long as you hit. But yeah. I've been Chang'e every game. I understand, especially as a carry. Like Chang'e blinks you and you're fucked, man. It's like a worse version of Hebo. Because like it's a fucking stun, so like if you don't have beats, you're completely screwed no matter what. If you like if you also just try to fight back, she has a fucking 2. Like she's so hard to deal with. Unfortunate, man. Unfucking fortunate. I'll also say, like, it's great having the double dive with Bacchus and Cthulhu, but it might have been rough. You spectated there? Yeah, it was a tough game for you in that one. Chang'e definitely made sure I wasn't allowed to have fun in the team fights. There was always a Chang'e behind me somehow. Even in the Titan room, she still came up behind me. Get me away from Chang'e, please. No more. Fucking hell. Got Chang'e 20 times this game? Yeah. She wasn't a problem for me until team fighting. Before team fighting, it was just everyone invading my buffs on cooldown, and we weren't really there to stop it from happening. But it's fine, you guys got stuff around in mid and solo, so it wasn't a bad trade, but it did result in me falling behind. She's checked up by Agni. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, both of you did just fine. The problem just felt like we didn't respond as quickly as we probably could have. Dude, the 4 blinks though, we should never be in a position where we allow Ra to blink in on us. That can't happen, dude. Ra cannot blink our back line. Then something is going wrong in the front. Dude, Ra blinked me. Help. And Ra alone was the problem. It was because Chang'e followed, and Sylvanas also followed. I always fucking got Sylvanas ulted too. Fucking annoying. And Xbalanque just isn't one of the ADCs that's good at defending himself. Like, you throw the ult, but it doesn't really help if they run in front of you. It's kill or be killed, and I couldn't kill every time. I do think if we just had, like, Baku's jumping in on someone is it's good and all, but I think he should then instantly back out and start peeling. Because I don't know about Agni, but I didn't have any peeling in this game. I think it's fine hammer full and aggressive comp if we get results. We just didn't. Because our backline just died much easier than theirs. Because their backline was blinking our backline. I think next time I'll let you stay in the ADC role. I'll pick up jungle and I'll just pick something that will be useful going into late game at least. I can always just pick something that just farms well. And I don't know, go for like a tanky Thor or like even a Kamazotz, I guess, somewhat safe. I can just ult out of anything if I need to. But dude, there's not many junglers in the queue right now. There's 2 games in a row where we didn't really have a jungler, or like a main jungle. Tough times. Usually I feel like there's a bunch of junglers. Not today. Alright, this looks good. Yeah, this is great actually. Dutch can play support, but everyone else is kind of getting what they want, I guess. What do I want to play then?
Select your god.
I haven't played any warriors today, so I'll probably just bring out a warrior. Like, I'm not even a backline, but I'm banning the Chunga. Get it out. I don't want to see it. Honestly, student, I thought you guys were just bantering. It sounded like banter to me. I never know these days. Some people have best friends or some shit, and they're still just trash talking each other for fun. That's fine. I just tend to ignore it at this point. I never know. Lands. Lands a lot. I don't know why the warriors just don't speak to me today. I don't feel like playing any of them. Poseidon? I don't think Poseidon's gonna do too well in this one, to be honest. I was thinking about a mage though, considering we might want some. Like Shang? Shang could be alright. I'll see there are two picks here. Like that could be a Cerberus solo. I think that means Shang is not something I want to play. Cerberus is just so dominant. Chak's actually kind of nice here. It's good against Ramon Thoth. I mean, Chuck's always kind of good. I'll grab Chuck. I could have snagged a Guardian, but all the fun Guardians are gone. Even though Ymir... Actually, I should have went Ymir. Ymir is kind of POC here. Mistakes were made. Does Artio stop Lance from going on the horse? I assume it does. Could have went Artio here as well if that's the case. Not to mention against Thoth and Narama, it's still pretty nice. Dude, I should have went Artio. Fuck. Even more mistakes were made. Oh well. I did say Ymir too, but I don't actually think I can play Ymir in Smite 1 anymore. Smite 2 Ymir just feels too good. Smite 2 Ymir just has too much quality of life stuff on him. I can't play Smite 1 anymore, I think. Well, I don't actually know what I'm against here, so... Yeah, I'll go for a pretty neutral start, not knowing what I'm against.
Silence yourself.
Okay.
Thanks.
Rough.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I can't believe I've already been going for 3 hours. Legitimately does not feel it. Feel like I just fucking begun. Barely had any games going today. It's been like, what, 3 games? 3 games in 3 hours. I don't fucking believe it. Too many dodges.
Help!
Cancel that.
Take this jungle buff.
Run! Run, you can.
Damn, that is a slow pull. Considering he did the tower start. He should have been there before me. I wonder what kept him.
I walk in darkness.
Interesting start.
There is no I will return.
Ambush here.
Run, you can. There is no escape.
That's Thorn's usage, where I have a heal and he doesn't, so it's good for me. Well, technically he does, I guess. My heal is his heal.
There is no escape. Run. Run, you can.
Follow me.
There is no escape. Run. Run, you can.
That's great, Tony. That's great, Tony. That's great, Tony.
There is no escape.
Our adventure.
Dude, no, I didn't have mana for my 2, so I just used my 3 instead. That was just stupid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Stupid.
Wow. He must have choken on the meatballs. 2 meatballs is better than 1.
Thanks.
Be careful, right?
Run. Run, you can.
Thanks.
Okay.
Alright, it worked. Just gotta be a ninja.
There is no escape.
I'm always staying here, but if I leave him, he might just do my blue, so.
Run! Run if you can.
The kaiju will be right back. Save your
Alright. Man, I hate having to go magic protection first.
Nothing will stop me.
But no choice.
enemy missing middle.
Delays my build a little bit, but what can you do?
Kaiju will gank middle lane. The kaiju is on its way.
There is no escape. Run! Run if you can.
Be careful left. Group up. Gank.
There is no escape. An enemy run if you can. Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt some.
Backfire giant. Left lane.
I walk in darkness.
Attack fire giant.
There is no escape.
Cancel that.
Completed.
Nightfall. There is no escape. Run! Rapid fire. Enemy ultimate down.
I should have just pre-ulted, to be honest. Or like counter-ulted. I actually think I would have just killed him if I did.
Run! Run if you can.
Yeah, Chuck is a good time, but he's also very,
Careful right. Follow the kaiju.
yeah. He's very strong. He wins very, like, he doesn't have a bad matchup. He's so powerful.
There is no escape.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Run! Run if you can. I walk in darkness.
Enemies in the left jungle. Enemy spotted.
Run!
Like, he has everything you want in solo. Good sustain, like, good mana management because of his passive. Very, very good escapability. Well, decent escapability, I suppose. You can obviously get stuck if you use your axe at a bad time. But then you still have your ult for some kind of defensive mechanism. So,
Again! An enemy has been slain. There is no
Backfire giant.
Your left tower is under attack.
run! Run if you can.
Gank. Enemy ultimate down.
No! Should be another kill. No! Okay. Unexpected.
Enemies behind us.
Alright. I'm in a much better spot here. I should have just backed for items. I actually would have survived probably if I backed for items before, but... It's an out of mana Odin. Nice.
Been slain.
Nice job.
Are you guys looking at something leaked? You can't look at leaked stuff if that's the case, guys. That's not nice. Well, you can do whatever you want, to be fair, but...
Careful, enemy missing.
Is it actual? Not leaked? Oh, flash is down. Oh, cool. Yeah, we can check it out during the queue then. You can feel free to link me if you got some footage. I definitely want to check out Mordred. Sounds great.
The kaiju will be right back.
Enemy missing right. Run! Run if you can. Ally has been slain.
Defeated. Enemy spotted.
So soon.
Spotted.
Rapid fire.
Run if you can. On my way. There is no escape.
Out of mana. Attack.
I'm gonna be a bit delayed on my cooldown here, but it works out. The only hunters just kinda came in very early.
That's too bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That is Jingwei, yeah. At least it's something that isn't boring, I guess. Like, personally, I like Jingwei, so... I think that's cool. Gives me a hunter to play, I guess. Because if it was AMC or some shit, I wouldn't have given a single fuck. I don't care at all about AMC.
An enemy has been slain. Mamma mia, not again.
Damn.
You think you gonna
Things are happening in mid.
There is no escape. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down. Run if you can. Let the night fall. There is no escape. Enemy
I wish I could help,
No
but
problem.
I already TP'd.
Best team in news.
enemy spotted.
Okay.
You remind me of
On
Enkidu.
my way. Gank. On my way. Chase the enemy. Back.
There is no escape. Run. Run if you can. I walk in darkness.
I'll grab this.
That's it. Kaiju will defend.
There is no running. Run if you can.
This is really one of the solo games of all time. Not really much is happening here.
Middle lane.
Very nice. Somewhat... Well, not unintentional, but a nice little steal there.
The kaiju will be right back.
Run if you can.
Enemy spotted. Have fun out there.
Enemies have returned to base.
Congratulations.
There is no escape. Run if you can.
Oh, my back. My back. He's got speed buff.
I feel no pain.
Nice job.
Cerberus has speed buff.
Falling back. No problem.
Hey, Jubilu.
The kaiju will gain.
Good to see ya.
Yes.
Found a cool game, Bad North. Remind me after the game as well.
Top story. Follow the kaiju.
I'll take a look.
Enemy missing right.
Yeah. This man keeps proxying.
Compliments to the chef.
Run! Run! I walk in darkness!
An ally has been slain.
Dragon 5.
Enemies in the level.
Let the night fall.
Attack.
CC him more. More CC.
Enemies spotted. There is no escape. Has found you.
Hey, Seagull, man. Good to see you. You dodged my Q earlier, man. What the fuck?
I walk in darkness.
How could you?
Be careful left. Be right back.
There is no escape.
You get 4 randoms. To be fair, this is some guy in my chat did literally say, "What the fuck am I in this game? I have 2k MMR," when he saw my name. So, I don't think you're completely wrong on that. The next queue was fine though. I actually got into a decent game right after.
Here, Tony.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle.
Enemies in middle lane.
Jesus Christ, dude. This guy proxying every wave he gets. Every chance he gets. Damn, look at this damage.
On my way. Attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Lost most of my way for this.
You remind me of that.
Run! Run. I walk in darkness.
He might even do speed in red. I don't even know.
Enemy missing right.
Best of luck.
Enemy missing right.
Our adventure to become legend.
Enemy ultimate.
I'll just do the same.
Run if you can.
Ambush. Here.
Let the night fall.
Bye-bye.
Ally has been slain.
Dude. I fucked up, but I probably couldn't have killed him anyway. Wouldn't have been enough damage.
Enemies at the Gold Fury!
Dude, he doesn't miss, man.
Group up. Have fun out there.
Let me play the game! Dude, I didn't get my axe off in that whole fucking time.
Compliments to the chef.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Kinda wanna save my gold for 20 here. It's gonna be a big spike. I do think we have a better team fight, I would say. It's just so far we have not been grouped.
Left lane. Congratulations.
I have tried. I need to swap the T key.
Enemy
I
spotted.
forgot. I'm overcapped on CDR. I'll take that trade. You can get cooldown for your ult. That's such a valuable ult right now.
Face the enemy.
There is no escape. Run if you can. I walk in darkness. Return.
Damn. 1 second off getting it.
There is no escape.
I'm not gonna look at you. Okay. Alright.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Your middle tower is under
Last item, man. I don't know. Probably just Archdruid. Which one do you actually normally do on Chalk? I don't actually know. Is Archdruid or Binding best on Chalk? Like, they're both obviously great. But you don't really try to auto-attack fight people much, just Chalk and late game team fights. Could just hit them once.
Run if you can.
Enemies in the left lane. Backfire jump.
Ward here!
Yeah, it would have been a good ult.
Enemies in the right lane.
I can catch up once my bluestone stops taking on literally everything. Stop hitting! Jesus Christ, all the fucking items in Smite now. There's always something hitting you. I'll grab Arch to it, I'll try it. I don't really think it's that good on Chuck though. Should be tank enough to make it work though. It's probably fine. I don't have that much health though.
Waste of time.
No problem.
Enemy spotted. I walk in darkness.
An enemy has been slain.
Top left lane.
Shut down.
Okay. Kaiju gate.
No, dude, I wouldn't bridge far enough. Ugh. No, I should have had Thoth, man. Because now that's kind of bad. Thoth is gonna have everything now.
Set up an ambush here.
Alright. Next up. More defensive damage. Oh, you killed? Oh, I did! Dude, I didn't even... Alright, never mind. Worth it. I didn't even... How? How did he die? What did he die to, Blue? It must have been just redstone?
Was returning to base.
Wait a minute.
Need wards.
Yeah, just redstone. Dude, just redstone? Damn. Alright, never mind. I didn't realize. I was so sure he got out, because he had way too much health. Dude, holy shit. Yeah, I take everything back then. Completely worth it, I made no mistakes. It was perfect.
Enemy spotted. Group up.
Us getting Lance first as well is probably the best thing that can happen. Lance is the hardest god on that team for us to deal with. And I guess he is in general, though. He's such an ass to deal with.
There is no escape.
Bip doing Bip things.
Good luck.
Give me this. Oh, dude. Screw your game.
At the fire zone.
An enemy is no escape.
Run.
Maybe a little soft in that song.
I walk in darkness.
We got the ADC, they can't do it.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
There is no escape. Run. Run if you can.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is once more. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I hunger.
I definitely can't help but feel that there are a little too many items on the tank side of things that will simply kill things for you. Especially if you're a Guardian, because then you also have Curseweaver.
Completed.
Wow! He must have shotgun on the meatball.
kaiju will defend.
Waste of time.
Have fun out there.
Let the night fall. Run! Run if you can.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
There is no escape.
Attack left lane.
Your team has destroyed a middle.
There is no escape. Kill them!
Sorry about that, folks.
I walk in darkness.
This just in. Enemy team
Your team has destroyed a left.
Face me! Ultimate is ready.
Get out of this. Kaiju needs healing. Have fun out there. Kaiju needs healing. Enemy ultimate down.
Yes.
Kaiju needs healing.
Rules.
Retreat.
There is no escape. Run! Run if you can.
Follow the kaiju.
Let the night fall.
Building stack.
There is no
Damn. Thorns didn't reach in time.
walk in darkness. There is no escape.
Jesus, finally. I was so towing on the... Are we ending or are we not ending? Dude, we could just fucking kill the Titan. I also really wanted to kill one of the carries. I was waiting for my ult to get back up. I can't really do it without my ult. But that's fine. I assumed the Rama at least. With Rama out of the fight, our frontline shouldn't be dying. It was a word diff. 100%. Yeah, you do miss playing it. How long has it been since you played Bungus? Oh, dude, no, I got baby gamed. No, I can't have gotten baby gamed. I'm not baby MMR anymore. Unless it's really baby gamed. Actually, there's actually a chance that I did get baby gamed. When I think about it. Because I was lowest elo before, wasn't I? It's just everyone else had more than 2800, I guess. Some fucking high elo games right now. That's for sure.
Select your god.
Yeah, more than a few games about 4 months ago? Okay. You gonna be back for Smite 2? Or are you just you're just watching for fun? Alright, someone ban Changa for me. That's good. Then I am going to ban... I don't even know. Ao Kwang, I guess. It's not the game, is a streamer. Yeah, but I imagine that was a reason why you came back. Like, why did you come to my stream specifically? I assume that was, like, you just randomly thought. Oh, you missed Q. That's true. It was pretty low time. I guess most people probably missed the Q. Unfortunate. Yeah, why my stream specifically? Because at the like when you pressed on my stream the first time, it's not like you had any kind of attachment to me at the time, I guess, outside of maybe just knowing the name. If you weren't interested in Smite, I think what I'm trying to ask is what makes you interested in a game you're not playing? Like I don't personally watch streams of games that I don't personally play or have played at least. Like in my case, if once I dub play Smite, I don't really care about Smite. That's why I stopped in the first place. I guess I understand what you mean though. Like if some streamers, like my favorite streamers, if they play a certain game, even if I'm not personally interested in it at the time, I might still watch that. But yeah, huge fan since pretty much at the start. So before my stream, did you just hang out on someone else's stream? I guess. Yeah, pushed in my face in high-res matchmaking. I mean, to be fair, like, I think one of the positives with it being a pretty low player base as well as matchmaking being a bit iffy sometimes, at least you're kind of in the game, or like, you're meeting a lot of the same people. Like, you're kind of building a community in that way. I feel like I've gotten a bunch of new friends. I know some people are making enemies, because you always meet each other. There's definitely sides to it, for sure. But, Smite community is a Smite game, and a few pro players, fair enough. A community that mostly hates each other, yes? Yeah, I mean, it might just be my perspective, but I don't really hate anyone, I guess. Like, outside of lobby crashers, I guess, because I think that's kind of silly. But I don't hate them personally. I'm sure they're fine people in real life. Probably. You have Annoyed Maniac on stream? A 2-stream? That's fair. He also doesn't really play anymore, does he? He pretty much just completely quit. Like, didn't he quit before me? Or did he quit after? I don't remember now. It must have been after. Because I'm pretty sure that I quit shortly after losing to SK, which he was a part of at the time. Like, the last LAN that I was a part of was in Cologne, in Germany. And I don't remember when that was. Like, was it like late season 1 or maybe start season 2 or something? It was something where we didn't qualify. And we lost to SK already in the semifinals very convincingly. We didn't have, like, we just played like shit. Or at least I played like shit, and that... It probably wasn't just on me, but I definitely played like super bad. I think it was early 2015. Like 2014 was when the launch tournament was. I just don't remember when launch tournaments took place within the year.
Tokens and trinkets.
Beats.
Or is it just my arrows?
Beats. I'm definitely not as good as Ducky at the Clio solo, but I was inspired by Ducky to try this out. It looked so much fun when he did it on stream, so... I've been hanging out in both Nika and Ducky's stream here and there, see if I can learn something new from the best solos, I suppose, in EU that stream at least. I think Julio streams as well, but he streams in a different language, so I don't understand any of that. And I don't even know Julio the same way. Like, Nika and Ducky are people that played at the same time as I did back in the day, so... Yeah, I enjoy Ducky's stream a lot. It's very chill. It's just a cozy atmosphere. And right now, there's a big part of me that also just want to learn.
Than the oldest tree in this forest.
Like I'm enjoying Smite quite a bit at the moment, more than I did when I originally came back. I actually kind of have it in my system at the moment to want to learn stuff that's happening and get better at the game again. Which is also why I'm making the change to instant cast for the most part. Which is now on a god that I actually do it on. So Clio for me is fully instant cast compared to most of my gods.
Call me team captain.
Now Ducky was already known, but like Ducky is like I don't want to meme on him, but like Ducky is kind of infamously known for always being on teams that never really make it very far. I don't know if that's still the case. I don't know if Ducky made it, but Ducky always ended up on teams that usually didn't go very far. It doesn't change the fact that he's really good though. Whoops.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Cancel that.
Winning that early trade is so important for me.
Can you see me?
Burst the blood. Enemies in the right jungle. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Damn creeps.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Man, you iced the block.
Okay. Can you see me?
Be right back. Enemies in the left jungle. Retreat.
Man, you iced the block.
Your right tower.
Is this level 5? It is.
Your middle tower.
Fear the unseen.
Enemy missing.
I'm on a takeaway. My business has a message for you.
I'd rather. Thank you so much. You are very appreciated, my friend.
My business has a message for you.
Damn it. That's not how I wanted to play out. Kind of fucked that one up. Dude, I accidentally mispressed. Fuck, I accidentally mispressed my dash again. I would have survived. That sucks, man. Now I have to stick around for, god damn it, 40 more gold. Oh yeah, you got the new logo, yeah. I wonder how many people actually have that. I think 6 months is the highest I have a new, and then there's a cap. Because at this point, it's kind of a trademark, me just wearing a cap when I stream. No way to see when a person started to follow. There is, yeah, there's a little pop-up that pops up right above me with a cat looking at you. So you only see it initially, but not after that, no.
Careful, right!
Fear the unseen. Enemy missing left.
I'll attack right lane. Cancel that.
See ya.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, how long you've been streaming for? I don't actually know. I think you can get a bot to show you, but I'm not too sure. She came at a really bad time. Oh, I need to sit up straight. It's time to try hard. No more bullshit. My ass hurts. Been sitting too much today. Actually, it's probably because it's hot.
My way.
Your left tower
The heat usually does that for some reason. Always makes my ass hurt.
is under attack.
You can see when you followed? Okay, that's good.
Completed.
I feel like I can probably hover over your name and check as well.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing left.
Allies been slain.
Your right tower is
What
under
the
attack.
fuck?
Your middle tower is under attack. Yes, no issue we can.
Fear the unseen.
Damn, I've really kind of fallen behind in this one. That gang really made me lose so much shit, apparently.
Be right back. Be careful. Save yourself.
See ya.
Be right back. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Wait, a decade? A decade?
Ultimate is
Damn.
down.
That is a pretty long time.
Enemies in the right jungle. Retreat, right lane.
It's kind of crazy to me that people have been following me for that long.
I sense countless souls claimed by this edge.
Actually, I would have killed King Arthur at level 3 if I had thorns. Just saying. He probably also would have killed me if he had thorns, though. He also got both kills. Of course he did.
Be careful left.
Yes.
Dude, he's zoning. I don't fucking believe it.
Worry less. Now leave me alone. Okay.
So many people here.
Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
So many fucking people here.
Your right tower is under attack.
My sweet.
Mamma mia, not again. Oh boy. Your right tower
That
is
chill
under attack.
down their back.
Your middle
Death
tower is
finding a
under
new
attack.
victim.
Snagged one kill at least. So better than nothing.
Ward here.
Your right tower is under attack.
He's low on mana. That's the only reason why I'm gonna stick around here.
Your right tower is under attack. Oh boy.
I thought it was the different one. I thought was actually the blue buff. Unfortunate. He didn't even see me too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is gone.
Ultimate death.
Completed.
My twos aren't landing.
Enemy missing. Your work is done.
Help, left lane. Enemies in the left jungle.
Mana. Careful left. Mana.
Help, left lane. Hey. On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh boy. Sorry. Retreat. Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate down. Hold still. Retreat, left lane.
Enemy spotted.
No
Oh
worries,
boy.
Completed.
No worries, eh?
See ya.
It's such a good nair shotgun. Damn. You really want me, huh?
Death returns me to my thoughts.
Best viewers? Damn, tell me, where? Where are they? Where are they? Alright. Get out. Out, bots. First spot today, surprisingly. First spot after almost 4 hours. That's crazy.
The walls have eyes.
Enemy missing.
Dude, I'm pressing G. Go off. Don't know why my Aegis didn't want to go off. I shouldn't have taken all that damage. My Aegis just went off. Maman ult. I don't know if she blinks. Sad. See, this is what I don't mind. If I'm gonna get clapped in my lane, I'm so happy my team capitalized on it. It's great.
No solace.
Some good shit.
Your left tower is under attack. Help middle lane. Impressive.
What is already?
Impressive dish. Group up. Attack middle lane. Taste this. Follow me. May the best chef live.
She had nothing. If we caught up, she's dead.
Enemy missing.
She saw us though.
When will the calm return?
Coming left. Be careful. On my way. Middle. Retreat left lane. Choking on the meatball. Move together. On my way. Ready.
Nice.
Strong spirit.
On my way.
Hi.
Hits the spot.
In case we weren't enough people over here.
Deicide. Okay. Yes. Impressive dish.
Impressive dish.
Group up. Delicious, isn't it?
What was next? Grab that.
I sense countless souls claimed by this edge.
Attack the gold fury. Structure is under.
The best viewers are only mine.
Okay.
They're just for me. Yeah, I don't really need the best viewers. You guys are already here. Did you hear the very loud awe in the back?
Retreat right lane.
Like a cringe sitcom? Because I didn't.
Gank right lane. Happy cooking.
Bugger. To rise so many fun skins.
I'm going for jungle buff. Group up. Attack
Enemy
right
missing
lane.
left.
This world
Help left lane.
No worries, eh?
Worry
Attack
less.
right lane.
Now leave me alone.
Enemies incoming right. Enemies incoming right.
Compliments to the
problem with running something like this is that I can't TP with my opponent. Because I'm not standing anywhere near that King Arthur. I'll tell you that.
Man, you iced the block.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack right lane.
On my way.
Even a brute should know better than to disturb a banshee.
Oh, you like to slurp, do you? Good
Help
for
middle lane.
Taste this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No worries, eh?
Cancel that.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Push them back.
Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us. Be careful. Enemies behind us. Help!
Be careful, middle.
Retreat. Attack.
Retreat.
Being a little aggressive here, team.
Is it finally?
Damn it. Yeah, I just need more damage. My combo just isn't, or my abilities just aren't doing enough just yet. Finishing those two will definitely help.
Hits the spot. Take this. My noodle empire will live on without me.
Actually, I'm gonna do this instead.
All but wasted on the graves of the fallen.
Defend the fire giant.
I think they're backing first, but they're probably gonna go straight to fire.
Board the fire giant.
Offerings offer no
On my way.
solace.
Enemies in right lane. No issue we can't
Worry
fix.
less. Now leave me alone.
Attack fire giant. On my way.
Has destroyed the pyramid.
That chill down your back. Death finding a new victim.
Hits the spot. Retreat.
Oh, I can't yet.
Wow, sorry. He must have
Dude. I suck ass. I suck ass. I should have had her. I fucked up my dash again. I'm still getting used to the dash. I'm being bad. Well, the Yana's at.
The swifter death returns me to my thoughts.
Damn. Speed buff diff, man. Actual speed buff diff. I'm being carried in this one. I'm not doing enough. Not to say that I'm playing straight up bad, but I could do way more than I am right now. The opportunities are there.
Friend?
Enemy ultimate dome.
Be careful! On my way. Retreat! Attack the Gold Fury! Group up!
Hello, friend.
Ice the puck. What's up?
Ninja didn't back.
On my way.
Taste this!
When will the calm return?
Ultimate is
Enemies
ready.
in middle lane! Enemies in middle lane!
Hello, friend.
Okay.
Fight, fight, fight. And
Your middle tower
fight,
under
fight,
attack!
fight.
Tear them
Damn.
apart.
I did the Clio thing. Poked the back line with them literally being unable to do anything about it. And then we win the fight because they can't fight back as a result. All you gotta do. Nice.
What a feast!
Alright. I think that's where I'm gonna end it too. It's getting late. We've had past the 4 hours. And I had fun. Clio was so much fun in solo, but she's very rough to play off, especially if you're like, it's not the lane you rely on for winning. It's the lane you rely on for being there, going into late game team fighting. And like map control. Because she's just gonna be a nuisance running inside walls and stuff. Yeah, did alright actually, in terms of play damage too. Probably most of it being from the last team fight. Did quite a lot of damage in the last siege. Like, Clio going into sieging and stuff is so powerful, man. And she's so much fun. She's such a fucking asshole god to deal with, though. Should she be in the game? Arguable. No god should be able to go into the walls. But still, she's fun. She's very fun. Oh, hi. Okay. I'll raid someone. But thank you guys for watching as always. I really fucking appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow, I believe. Yeah. I don't see why not. Bye.